we were allowed to leave. And that was all that was required. And so I was like, well, what was that all about? But then as I'm exiting, this lady that had been sitting against the wall on the far part of this little hut that we were in, and she like grabs my arm and she just says, "There's somebody on the range. Don't talk to him." And she was really, really freaked out. And I'm like, "Thanks, strange, freaky lady." And I'm like, whatever. So like we all hop out, we get in the vehicles, and then start taking off towards Quartz Mountain, because right at that cantonment area there's a hard right. There's a hard right that goes off to Quartz Mountain, and about a mile, half a mile to a mile down that road. It's all dirt road up, by the way. There's this guy. It looks like he's wearing a uniform like we are. Got battle dress uniform on. So he sees us and he starts to look like he's running. And he's got this really weird run, like his arms are kind of flailing behind him. It's like he was running against the hurricane wind, and it was like he was going to fall over at any time. And I was like, yeah, it's a bit windy today, but it ain't that bad. So it looked really strange. And then I began to notice his skin tone looked like he might be hypothermic. And I'm thinking, oh crap, this dude's been out here. It's freaking freezing out here, because it was a very cold day and the wind was blowing. It was, the cold days where it didn't matter how many layers you had on. And so as we're getting closer, I'm talking to the ranking guy. Hey, you need to slow down. So anyway, I'm thinking, this guy's probably in big trouble. I need to pull off my jacket. I need to give him something to get warm real quick. So I'm starting to do that, and we're approaching. And by the time I get my jacket most of the way off, he's right there at the the corner of the front of the car. And
so he looks pale. Is that what you're saying?
He looked like an albino with a very bluish kind of undertone. If you can imagine,
So you're assuming you're immediately associating that with like he's freezing.
Yeah, because that's all I could equate it to. Right. And then as I'm starting to open my door to try to administer aid to this guy, the dude in the front passenger seat screams he's got no ears. And I thought that was pretty rude. I was like, the guy's in trouble.
Does he have a hat on?
He's got a hat on, and he's got BDUs that look absolutely clean, pristine. And when you're uprange, you do not wear your cleanest uniform. You're in a dirty environment. You wear your scuffed up boots. You don't take them with you.
So he's got a clean battle dress uniform.
Everything.
United States military.
Very out of place. Yeah, it looks very out of place when I finally do it. But anyway, I step out onto the roadway, and this guy screams that he's got no ears. And I'm just thinking it's really rude. And then I close the door, and I look up, and he's got no freaking ears. And his eyes are twice as big. And I just am like, yeah, what the hell did I just walk into? This guy's not from around
here.
How
far away from him are you?
Probably from Needle
just a few.
Yeah, just a few, just talking distance.
Okay.
And I'm starting to freak out, but then he starts to talk to me, and it's not my language, but it's coming to the understanding is like coming into my mind about every word he's saying.
So he's actually saying words.
He's saying words, but it doesn't sound like anything I've heard before.
But you're understanding what he's saying.
But I'm understanding. So I know there's a telepathic thing going on here, and it calms me down at the same time because I'm having to respond to him. And he's like, hello, I'm having trouble with my craft. I need some repair material. Do you know where I can find some tritium? And this is what he's talking to me about. And I'm like, you mean titanium? Because I didn't know anything about tritium at the time. But titanium, he's like, no, that's not it. And I'm like, well, at this point in my career, I had just left the program. So I knew where Dreamland was. And I pointed to the mountain range because you can see for days in the desert. But I pointed towards the mountain range and said, Dreamland's just over there. And this wave of emotion hit me like disgust. Like, I am not going to talk to the barbarians and murderers.
Wow, so he was saying that to you, like his reaction to going to the military base.
Exactly. Yeah. He did not like it. He said, I am not going to talk to those people. And then I was like, well, shoot.
And it was barbarians and murderers?
He literally, that was what he called it. And mentally, that's what it was. But the emotion.
Tritium, is this a real thing?
Well, that's what, I've had a lot of friends, there's analysts also that were on the top secret network that were trying to help me understand what material.
We're throwing everything at him. We're like, is it this? Is it this? And he's like,
finally, that's the one. When they hit tritium, I was like, that's what it was. Mm-hmm. That's what he said.
And what is tritium?
It's a type of, well, can he bring it up on the?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because it should pop up on Wikipedia pretty quick. But it has some properties that probably
tritium. Are you saying tritium?
Yeah, tritium is that's the stuff that's in loom, like in your
Yes.
watch when your watch glows. That's or you know they make those where they're basically like radioactive isotopes that stay lit. So like if you get like a Marathon watch, Marathon makes military watches, and it doesn't need like this watch. You need the light, and the light charges the loom. And then when it's dark out, you can read the hands for like a few hours.
It's the thing that they used to put on the end of the guns, right?
Exactly, they still do. A lot, like Sig has.
And look up tritium also.
Tritium is just
I did that. That's not giving me much.
so tritium, chunky glow in the dark glitter.
These are all like these are game websites.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so what's tritium? Then I maybe mispronounced.
But tritium that's that radioactive isotope.
Mm-hmm.
That's the stuff that emits light.
Yep.
So it emits a weak form of radiation.
Yes.
A rare radioactive isotope of hydrogen with a half-life of 12.3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So this is what he's asking me for.
So he's asking you for that stuff? Tritium?
Yep. And I'm like, I don't know where to get
Oh, look at that. It's used in boosted fission weapons and thermonuclear weapons. Oh, great.
That sounds really sure.
I wonder what the fuck it's doing on your wrist.
This is what the best image that we have of what he could have looked like.
Oh, boy. Can you send that to Jamie?
Yeah, I don't know Jamie's number, but I will find a way to.
Yeah. Is that
if I had my phone, I would, but it's out there, I think.
Yeah, airdrop it to Jamie. Do you know how to do that?
There was that
How dare you
one.
not know how to do that?
And there's a
Your guy
three-dimensional.
works with UFOs. You better know how to do that.
There's a three-dimensional image of the craft as well that is really spot on from what I saw that day.
Yeah.
Because not only did I see this guy running towards us and talking to him, but off the shoulder on the north side of the roadway, that's where the craft was just resting on the desert floor. And I got a really good look at it at that point. And this guy did a 3D rendering of the description, and it's spot on as I've ever seen. It's almost perfect.
So he asks you for tritium. You tell him dreams. This is what it looked like.
This is what the guy looked like. Pretty close to it.
Yo.
The nose was a little bit rounder on the end, but that was a really good rendition. But yeah, his eyes almost came out to here on the temple.
Wow. And that would freak me out.
It freaked me out. I mean, honestly, I'm not an easy guy to get freaked out, but that really put that, like you just saw an alligator pop up out of the water kind of thing.
Right. So when you tell him go to Dreamland, it says, I'm not going to go where those murderers and barbarians are. And then what happens?
And he said, no. So I was like, well, where else can I possibly point him to? So I'm like, I don't know any metallurgists or whatever. So I'm thinking to myself, and I relate to him. I said, well, I'm taking college classes down in the city of Vegas, Las Vegas, at the community college. But I have a geophysical professor that I'm taking a class from. Maybe he has a metallurgist friend, and he's like,
so you're thinking at this time though it's a metal.
I am, yes.
Right, because you're thinking it's some kind of like titanium, some type of.
Right. And there's also
This is the 3D image of what the craft looks
like. That
like.
is almost as spot on as I've ever seen. That is about it right there. That's almost exactly what I saw resting on the desert floor.
And so you're trying to find different people that you can connect this being to.
Yeah.
And what is it saying to you while you're?
He thought that was a good idea, I think, or he was like, I mean, made him. He had that kind of, and he wanted to take action, so he doesn't really even say goodbye. He just kind of turns and off he goes back to his craft. And I'm thinking, well, okay. And I get back in the car, and sometime during that conversation with this entity, I remembered looking over at my friends in the car, and they had the weirdest look on their face, like they were all zonked out, totally zombie, like they were just drooling on themselves.
Were they just because they were flabbergasted, or was it because something was going on?
Well, I figured out that it was done by this entity because none of them seemed to even remember the incident. Only a few people seemed to remember that we stopped, that we had talked to somebody on the roadway, but it was mainly the people that were in the back of the convoy.
So they didn't see it up close like you
did.
Right,
like we did. The people
so
that
how
were
far away would they be?
They'd probably be a good 2 car lengths behind us.
That's still enough to detect whether or not someone looks blue, though, right?
Correct, and that's probably what they saw. But he kind of wide and big, was very muscular back then.
And you're standing in front of this thing.
So they'd have a difficult time because this guy stood about a good half foot shorter than me. And so they probably could see his arms from time to time, maybe catch a clips of his face or something. So they probably didn't get a very good view because if you're looking at me, I'm standing right next to my door.
Mm-hmm.
And they're behind me, kind of almost obfuscated by just the angle that they're looking at him. So all the windows are tinted in those vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't just see through the windows right to the sailors on the left.
And the people that were in the car with you, you feel like something happened to them that like froze them?
They did look like that, yeah. Like you said, just a look of just utter like,
The guy who said he has no ears, does that guy have a recollection?
That guy they can't find.
They can't find it.
No, I've tried. I was asked by the UP task force, David Grush, to reach out to these folks, the people in the car. I got a hold of one, got a hold of him on LinkedIn, and we started talking, and just hey, how's the wife, how's the kids, that kind of stuff.
How about that UFO we met?
And as soon as I did that, the guy just disappears and goes through. And I don't know what happened, but he was the ranking guy in the car. The guy that was the passenger, nobody can find him because they tried to verify the people in the car, and I gave the names. And the young lady that was off to my right, I don't know if they contacted her, but I've heard from other people that were part of this background investigation about my story. They found 2 people that verified my story, and I don't know who they are. They've been told to keep their mouth shut by somebody, and I'm kind of pissed about that. But I think James Fox knows who they are, and knows exactly who told them to shut up as well. But
what was that incident where James Fox and you were on a show? What's that?
I shouldn't have said that James Fox knows the guy who told him to shut up, because I'm not sure if that's
you think that's
true.
So this thing, does it tell you why it needs a tritium? It just says it needs it to fix its craft?
Yeah, well, along with that, this is the other part that was telepathic, and he mentions this metal and the part that is.
But it's not metal, right? Do we think it's not metal, or do you think maybe it's a metal that we don't have?
I think it's something or an alloy that we don't particularly make a lot of, and or just can't make. But when he spoke about this, the telepathic image was almost like he opened a Sears catalog in my head that had all the specs for this part that he was needing fixed. And it was the strangest thing. It like described some of the nano channeling of electrical and electromagnetic stuff that was flowing through it that caused these toroidal energies to emanate on both sides of this piece of the equipment.
So you, because it was describing it to you, you all of a sudden had access to all this information. Like
he just put it into your head. It was like me, if you and I were telepathic and we were talking about a science project.
And he just uploaded all the information.
Yeah, and I could just give you all that instead of talking it out. That's what he did.
Did you then try to talk to someone and relay that information and like download it?
I've had, once, because in the forum, we have scientists and stuff like that yes, were very interested to get me in a room and talk to me about this. I had people from DARPA wanting to talk to me, people from threats departments all over the place that wanted to know more. And even when I talked to Jack Sarfati and Gary Nolan about this stuff, I was telling them things before they even opened their mouth about it. Like when I talked to Gary Nolan, I just said, you got that part, and you know that it has that nano size atomic level layering that can't be reproduced unless you actually physically are putting these atoms one at a time next to each other. And he's like, yeah, that's it, So I'm telling him this, and he already knew. But that was the first thing. And so that's why I knew that what I'd been given in my head, he was giving me that high sign that, yes, that's exactly what I analyzed, is that piece of material I had. It sounds just like what this guy described to you, it gave to you telepathically, that there's these really minute little things that create toroidal forces. They're doing things at a very small level. And then when I talked to Jack Sarfati later, and he's got all these fantastical physics equations about how things work. And I'm looking through his documents, and no, I can't do the math, but I can understand what he's doing with it. And I just flat out asked him, I said, so the smaller you get, because there's always that resistance level when it comes to, putting in energy and then losing it because, due to, atrophy and all these other, before. Anyway, the whole thing was just that when you get smaller, it actually reverses itself. Is that now you get even more power out of things if you have a small enough energy source that works at a very, it's kind of like miniaturizing a fusion device of some kind.
And so, did you talk to someone from DARPA? You said these people wanted to talk to you?
I emailed back and forth. I gave them what information I could, but
they didn't want to interview you. They wanted just email.
At the time, that's the way it went. I've had a couple of meetings though with at different places that I can't discuss, but they did talk to me. Yes.
And is that information still in your head?
Yeah.
So does it seem like a memory, or what does it seem like in your head?
To me, it's like a very clear, like this is, it's just like a picture that never goes away.
Could you draw that picture if someone gave you a pad and a pen?
Yeah, I've already done it. Yeah.
Is that available online? Can someone see that?
I don't know if I pulled that down off the Top Secret network, but I can reproduce it. All I did was just recreate it in like a PowerPoint draw thing. But
does it remain in your head like normal memory? Like, like you learn certain things in school and they stay in your head.
The telepathy, it felt absolutely normal. I mean, there was no headache, there was no dizziness, no buzzing.
What I mean is the memory the same as a regular memory, or is it clear?
No, I remember it as just being part of the conversation, just like a normal conversation. That's what it feels like.
But it just somehow or another in that conversation, he put this information in your head.
Exactly.
And then it just leaves?
And then he leaves when he realizes that, maybe there's some other venues, maybe me mentioning that there might be a metallurgist on staff somewhere that prompted him to think, oh, yeah, maybe I should go research this with that, and then maybe I'll find somebody that I can talk to. Something like that might have happened.
Did you get a sense of where this thing was from?
Yeah, there was a star map from that day, but it also relates to the lunch hour after we started going back up to Black Mountain. I had a very strong compunction to go eat my lunch outside, even though it was deathly cold. And I don't know what prompted me to do that again. Maybe he was giving me a telepathic message, but after I walked about 150 feet down the road, the dirt road, from the top of Black Mountain, I don't remember what happened after that. All I have are two images that keep on flashing back. I remember seeing the schoolhouse from about 150 feet above, or 200 feet above the schoolhouse. I remember looking at the rooftop. And the only other memory is I've got the star map in my head. And David Grush made me reproduce that on a PowerPoint slide. And I handed that in to him because I have no idea what it was. But he's like, do you understand what this is? And I was like, no, I have no idea. He's like, do you know what star constellations are? I said, I know what the Big Dipper is. That's about it. And he's like, this is the constellation Leo. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. And so he's like, yeah, this is a really close rendition of that. And I'm like, well, that's kind of cool that I could reproduce it just out of my head. And not even know what the heck it was. But I did know it was a star system.
And for some reason, you just felt compelled to draw this particular star system.
Well, just after David Grush asked me to, yes.
And was there a specific planet in that star system?
Yeah, the red star. That's kind of like, there's a part of the Leo system that has like this, like very sharp turn into it. I guess it's like it looks like a nose or part of a triangle. And at the tip of that is the red star, and it's reticuli, I think. But anyway, that one seems
to peak. What say about alien Zeta Reticuli? Yeah.
And then the strangest thing about this is what I'm talking about when it comes to telepathy. When you're sharing that mind space, there's some residue memory there, because Dave kept pressing me on it, and he said, "Can you tell me about the red star?" And at first, I'm like, "Oh no!" And I was like, and all of a sudden, some memory came back, and I was like, "Holy crap! Yeah, that's where he's from. That's his home star system, and he came from there. That's his home." And then we just went on from there. And he said, "Did you know that they've actually just now discovered a few years ago that there's exoplanets around that star?" And I was like, no, I had no idea. So all these things started coming together at that point. And that's when they started saying, okay, well, we're going to do some more vetting. And within about a month or so, they were bringing me to Congress, and everything else happened after that.
Now, what is the rest of your life like after that day? So you have life before you experience this creature, and then now you know that this is a thing.
It's a thing, and it changed me. How do you explain this? If you could imagine the entire human race, you and me, you don't have to talk to me, but you can feel my presence. You can feel who I am, my personality, and share in all of that. And then imagine that by millions, the entire planet, you can actually commune with them. It brings with that a level of civility in the control of your thoughts, because right now, we don't read each other's minds. So our minds are like, oh, look at that girl. Oh, look at that, the sports over here. There's a football game on. We're so distracted. But this guy's, when I was engaged with him telepathically, it was like civility to the maximum. It was like very courteous. He waited for me to say. He talked, and it was like just like we do. We have certain etiquette.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of that, there was this part of him that he left me with that was part of the community of the consciousness that he is able to feel all the time. And that has never left me, that there's a community of consciousness out there that when they've been living for so many years with this sort of ability, it has changed them for the better because their minds are under control finally. Their emotions aren't running them. Like we're talking about addictions and things like that. They don't run their lives like that anymore because of it. And if you do, they end up on a criminal list somewhere, I would imagine. But there was such ever since then, that's the feeling of peacefulness and stability is what I strive for. Never has left me. Never has left me.
Wow. It stays with you, but what is your experience trying to relay these thoughts and this experience? That had to be weird in the sense that it's very hard to believe. I mean, I believe you, but it's one of those things where you talk to an alien, that's most people are gonna think you're ridiculous.
Well, yeah, and honestly, that's why I need people to back me up on it, because this is the thing that we're trying to do with the whistleblowers. We all kind of know each other, just like Lo would tell you, or not Lo, but just like Logan would tell you. Just that I call him Lo for short sometimes. It's a slip up.
Understandable.
Anyway, we get to talking about stuff that we don't know what's going on daily with each other. It's like I've brought whistleblowers forward to Congress since I went forward, but I don't know their lives. I don't talk to them every day like I do some of them. And it's a strange thing, but the more we seem to be coming out now that we've got this few weeks now where we've got folks like Jake Barber and folks like that coming forward, now I'm starting to piece things together in my mind, because now I'm hearing his side of the story, because I didn't want to be part of the retrieval. Well, guess what? He was on it. And he's telling that part, and I'm like, oh, no wonder they did that to me. Oh, that makes sense. Now I'm making those conclusions now because of what he said. But then if you try to put us all in a room, we're all deathly scared that, some jerk is going to come out of the Department of Defense and shoot us all, or do a drone strike on us. They kill us all, just have done with it, and they can get on with their lives again. So you've got this problem here with us coming forward in a group.
You're really worried that much that someone would try to take you out?
They've already messed with my clearance. They've already shown me that they can break into my car on the NSA campus. They're letting me know they were trying to intimidate me.
Because they don't want you talking about this.
Exactly.
But do you know why they don't want you talking about this?
Yeah.
Why?
It's because they know that what they have done, that there are some parts of it that were really bad decisions in the long run. And they don't want anybody to crack open any part of this, because they know it's going to cause questions to happen. And they're going to get put on the spot. Okay. So you finally are coming clean on the fact that we've got him and Chai here. But we've got other whistleblowers that have these concerns. That's what they're going to have to face.
And when you say bad decisions, what do you mean by bad decisions?
Well, think about it. If Roswell did happen, what they do? They chop up some, think about it. you'd have etiquette if it was a Russian craft that fell. You'd catalog every part of that crash site, and you'd repatriate the dead body.
I'm doing very well. Thank you for the opportunity. How are you? Excellent. Do you mind if I share with you my project? No, it's just what I do with my life. Excellent. Absolutely. Well, first and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to be able to talk. Thank you for having an open mic. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've dedicated my life for more than 3.5 years since the pandemic of being live on YouTube 24/7, 365. Essentially, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, things like agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I don't feel are being discussed for mainstream, so I do my best to be a leader in these aspects of society. Additionally, I want to end world thirst through the use of things like desalination, where we pump Earth's seawater on the land for it to drink. Other things that we discuss on my street are things like anti-gravity, anti-magnetic. We can discuss free speech and alien scripture. We can discuss things like faster than light travel, life extension technology. I don't know about you, Alan or Rich, but when you guys were probably born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80, and I'd like to increase that to age 100, 120 perhaps, through the use of types of technology like stem cells, human growth hormone, nootropics, energy therapy, things like perhaps cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy. I think all of these are really great ideas that I'm generally going to discuss. Additionally, you should know that I am a major advocate for just the little one in general. Philippines coined the phrase in the 1990s that some things came to American and treats American. Food brings number one resource according to the Economist magazine of petroleum in 2018. 90% data on headline financial history. Finally, if I may say, I don't know if anybody's ever told me how to live, but there may be the opportunity at a much longer life than you may have expected through a use of technology known as mindful where we scan your brain into a computer or maybe download as an Android account. If I may, what's my agenda? It's beautiful. How's the weather where you are? I understand. I don't have anything like to get into it. Who the fuck gives a shit about your neighbor's cat? No, no one gives a shit about your cat. There's a reason why I don't use you guys because you guys suck. actually every single second of that is like different. Oh, good job. Good job. Okay. Elon Musk app sucks so much that I didn't use it for an entire year, and it has had zero fucking influence. And this person, uh, how are they able to have such a fucking description? Yeah. It's bad for folks. Good for them. Fuck that shit.
bodies to where they came from. We give them back to the Russians in honor. And here we are. We've got a civilization just crashed there in Roswell. And look at what kind of crap we did to them. And we took all their stuff like it was some kind of a treasure trove. And now we own it? Hell no. You're talking about a craft that was manufactured on another part of the galaxy or something that they can't explain. Nobody knows where it came from. And here they are treating these people like they're just some kind of a lab experiment. Let's chop them up a little more, you know? And then, you know, if they ever got approached by the people that came to look for them afterwards, I wouldn't want to be the person to answer them. No, I'm sorry, we chopped up your buddy.
We had an interesting talk about this. There's a video online where it shows like some gray kind of strung up and they're asking him questions and whatever. And I was asking him, I said, if you were an NHI and you saw that, and this is what the humans are broadcasting, sorry, and this is what the humans are broadcasting, I said, I'd be like, yo, they got Jimmy. Look what they're doing to Jimmy.
Right.
It's on. We're going to Earth. You know,
Right.
we're going to go get
But
Jimmy
that
back.
video of the alien, that's fake, right? The video where they're
I truly
interrogating
believe it is
Ray.
fake because, like,
It looks so fake.
everybody says
It's like a puppet.
they
Yeah.
talk. Yeah, they talk telepathically, and here he is. Oh, here's this voice coming out and whatever.
Yeah.
It's but we've always assumed that they've got the some type of emotions, a lot like us, but maybe they're much more controlled, much more refined.
Yes.
You know, kind of like how we can. Not that I'm
Kind of
saying
like us now versus us 50,000 years ago.
Well, honestly, when I had the
Yeah.
telepathic experience, it was very difficult for me to distinguish what emotions and feelings were coming from me as opposed to him. It was very obvious when he felt disgust about going to ask about things because I was like, well, I'm not disgusted at him. And I had that ability to go, it's not me feeling that. It must be coming from him.
Right. But it was your emotions.
Right. But everything else felt like we were sharing literally not only the thoughts, but the emotions that went along with it. It was a true sharing of a mind space. And he felt just like me. His inner voice is just like my inner voice. His feelings are just like our feelings. He feels sadness. He feels all the things that I do.
Mm. What is the general consensus in the people on the program about Roswell?
They don't like talking about it. I think that was where they probably are trying to bury it even amongst themselves because they know they made some very bad mistakes about that first confrontation that could have been
But
a lot better than it would have happened.
so the general consensus is that this is a real event.
Yeah.
And they don't like talking about it, but does everybody sort of agree? Or are there people that are dissenting? Do they have dissenting opinions about whether or not
I've
it
never
was a
heard
crash UFO?
dissension. I've heard people say they don't want to talk about it.
They don't want to talk about it, but that it wasn't ours.
Right. They know, well, the only thing is, again, when we talk about the intel analysts and everybody else that was on that forum, it's totally weird that you can go through all these different things as an intel analyst and say, okay, it's not China, all right, it's not them, all right, let's look at Russia, anything, no, it's not Russian. Is it one of ours? Well, hell no, it's not one of ours. Well, who the heck is it then?
Does anybody talk about it? Is there anybody that has shared information about Roswell to you?
Yeah,
Is there anything that you can talk about?
no.
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 It's all top secret.
I just gave the person the confidence that I would not mention it.
Got it. And Logan, have you had personal experiences other than the one when you were a child?
But I didn't know what I was seeing. But you know, like after the program came out, I mean, not came out, but after James Fox finished editing everything, he said, well, you haven't seen everything put together, so here you go, and you know, tell me if you don't like the way you look or whatever. And I'm going through it, and he starts showing. I see the stuff about Calvin, the Calvin Scotland image. Have you seen that one?
Yes.
So that image was taken, if I remember correctly, in August 1990.
Pull that image up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could just type in Calvin UFO, whatever. So I had just cross-trained from, that one. I had just cross-trained from maintenance into intelligence, and I was going to my first intel assignment. And I'm flying from Philadelphia to Frankfurt, Germany, to Rhine-Main Air Base. Somewhere between Iceland and Scotland, this thing is zipping around in the clouds, doing this ziggy-zaggy thing. I don't know what it was doing, but it was doing this. The sun was just coming up, and I'm eating a Philly cheesesteak, and the other guy is with me. He's eating a hoagie, and the other guy that's standing up over the top. I'm like, anybody know what that is? And they're like, dude, what is that? And then all of a sudden in my head, I'm like, oh, this is my first intel assignment. I'm going to get clued into some cool ass shit. But I don't know what the hell that is. But I'm just thinking.
It looks just like that.
It looks just like that. And the way it was moving in the clouds, it was like, because of the shadow, it was like going from like that color to like dark and then light again as it was moving in. And it would go into a cloud on one vector and come out on another vector. And I'm like, what is that?
Yeah.
So didn't know what was going on. So I called James back. I was like, dude, where is this? Talk to me. We're all excited. And he goes, explain to me everything. And what happened was I get to my unit and I talk to them and I go, we have a weapons tactics guy. He's, they're the best of the best and they're leading the group. And I was like, so what is that thing out there? He goes, I have no idea what you're talking about. Now, this is in January of 1990. That picture is August of 1990. And what I didn't realize was that the Belgian wave, I don't know if you're familiar with that, a whole bunch of triangular devices were seen over Belgium for almost a whole year. So they just call it the Belgian wave. Police officers saw it. They launched F-16s after them, whatever.
Are there photographs of that at all?
No, but the general that's in charge actually gave a briefing to everybody and showed what the F-16 radar was seeing. And I guess every time they tried to get close to it, they would just pull away just far enough, that they couldn't catch it. And then when they would try to kick it in the radar system, it would move to the left. It was playing with them. So, but I didn't know any of that. So I just kind of was like, yeah, okay, I'm stupid. Maybe it was part of my imagination, but what I saw as a kid kept coming back into my head. So Desert Storm happens, whatever. And I'm at my base and British AWACS shows up. And they're looking at me. I still had my accent, my British accent. They're looking at me going, what are you flying with the Yanks for? And I'll go, what do you mean? They said, and I told them my family thing. They said, why don't you come fly with us? I'm like, sure, let me ask my boss. My boss says, you ain't got nothing going on. Go fly with them. So we're flying around, and finally I go, hey guys, what's that thing in the sky that does the ziggy-zaggy thing? Do you know what I'm talking about? And they're like, And I was like, no, don't play with me. And they're like, come on, Rabbi, And then finally they pull out this tape and they plug it in and it shows Europe, all the aircraft flying around. And you see this thing go through the middle of it real fast. Like all the other aircraft, the sweep of the radar, you're just seeing these minute movements. This thing is like, it's gone. And I was like, who's that? And they go, you don't. I was like, look, stop playing with me.
Right.
Kind of find out. They said, well, that's your SR-71. And I was like, well, that ain't him. And they're like, okay. And then he looks at the other guy and he said, show me the other one. And they show me this radar scope again. And this time there's a target in the middle of, not in the middle of the screen, but off to the side. It was like, it could have been like East Germany or whatever. But every sweep of the radar, he was somewhere else. And I was like, that guy, I was so excited. I said, that MF right there. Yeah, who's that guy? And they go, I was like, look, stop this. I don't know. And they finally said, we don't know either. They said, we just assumed it was you Americans playing with us.
Yeah,
We
that's
don't
what
know.
happens a lot of times.
Yeah, we don't know.
Our
who this guy
adversaries
is.
think that too. Everything's America if they can't explain it.
Right.
Did you see the Trump administration address the drones today?
We heard about it, but I didn't see
Yes, I had a friend tell me they made an announcement, but we were getting in the car at the time.
Essentially, they said it was all ours, and there was some sort of scanning that was done that was approved, and the other ones were hobbyists. And then there was some
Hobbyists?
sort of test that they were doing, but they were saying that it's ours, which is the whole thing stinks.
It does. Because
Stinks.
I
It's a
actually
poor
had,
explanation.
Yeah.
I actually had a person that was up there And she said one of those things came down low and slow over her house. And she said it had the sound of a helicopter. So she was like, her and her husband were like, oh, it's a helicopter. But then all of a sudden they realized, she said, Mr. Logan, were you ever aircrew? I said, yeah, I was in special ops and I flew in helicopters and da-da-da-da. And she goes, when it came down low, it had the sound of a helicopter, but you couldn't feel it. And I go, huh? She goes, when you can feel the rotor wash and it's hitting you in your chest, like boom, 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 boom. She said there was none of that. She said it came low over her house, and then it went back up, and then she said it looked like it went back into formation with something else. And she said, that's not any drone I know of. And she said it sounded like the actual noise of the helicopter and several of the other noises from the drones were all pre-recorded just to make them sound like they were conventional aircraft.
Yeah, and those are the same things I've been hearing too, because a lot of people are shoving videos at me a lot and their descriptions of things. And some of the stuff, looked like maybe it could be a spotlight from a helicopter, and then when the light moved, then you could finally see the helicopter behind the light. Then there was these other ones that was like, this is really weird.
My friend Mark saw one. Mark Norman, how did he describe it, Jamie? He said it was triangular, right?
I just remember saying SUV size.
Yeah, he said it was the size of an SUV. He said it was triangular. He said it moves really fast.
So when they initially came out, they said, oh, they're all manned, all right? I think it was John Kirby who was the speaker. And I used to work at the FAA, so my first thing was, well, if they're manned, you just call them up and say, cut it out.
Right.
Simple.
Right.
But it kept going on. And then later on, there was a report that DHS said, oh, one of the drones has come down in a mall parking lot. But DHS is assessed it's just a regular drone. So when you hear that, what are you thinking? DJI Mavic, something small, whatever. Someone on X is on a train going by that exact same spot, and they show a drone next to two police cars, and this thing is as big as the police car. And I'm like, so I have no way of confirming if that's what it really was.
Right.
But I have no reason to believe that this particular person was leaving. He goes, I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I'm passing that mall right now and take a look. And it's like maybe a 30-second clip or something, and you see this thing. It's as big as the SUVs. So
what does it look like?
It looked like kind of like a gondola with like large blades on the four corners. And
so it looks like a very large conventional drone.
Very large conventional drone. And so I'm sitting there thinking, was this a test that nobody knew about? What is going on for this and nobody got any answers. So
the other thing that is they stay in the sky for like 5 hours at a time.
Right. That's what puzzles me is that takes industrial sized power generation.
Yeah. What are you using? Like, what is that thing using?
Nukes.
Jamie, can you see right, cold fusion? Can you find the video of the disclosure today? It was
While he's talking about the disclosure, the one thing I do want to mention is when I talked to that AWACS group, I thought it was kind of interesting because I said, so how many know about this? He goes, the whole squadron knows about it. And I was like, what? He says, yeah, but we just don't talk about it because people lose their jobs over this. And I was like,
I've heard that as well.
And I was like, so this is an AWAC. And I said, am I to assume that if you're a British AWACS, then American AWACS can see it, French AWACS can see it, NATO AWACS can see it? And you just kind of, yeah.
And everybody doesn't know what it is, so no one's talking about it.
And everybody just says it's got to be American.
Let's hear what this lady says.
And before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office from President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news.
part that gets me is the hobbyists being included in that. It's like,
Well, they definitely were hobbyists too, because there was hobbyists in Austin around that time. There was a ton of drones. It's just like people were like, "Whoa, it's a drone party!" Everybody was like, everybody with drones is just flying around.
So
okay, well, that kind of makes sense.
It kind of makes sense.
So
There's so
here's-
much drone activity.
here's the thing that I got to look at it from an analyst point of view. The first thing that came up, I was like, so they knew this the whole time. Why couldn't they have said that from the very beginning,
It's a different administration,
right?
right?
And then two, why were they required to have a skiff briefing on drones? Nobody's ever answered that. At one point, the Congress guys all went into a skiff and got a skiff briefing on drones.
And then they didn't have a press conference about the results,
You're right.
which would have been. Could it be that they wanted to see what happens when you fly things over a metropolitan area and you fly a bunch of drones over highly populated
I would think
parts of
that
the country?
There's only a few reasons why I would say that you include both federal and hobbyist drones in any kind of an activity. And there's only
Well, the
very few
hobbyists are including themselves, right?
Yeah, and that could just be that they're accidentally there. But the feds, what were they doing?
And why would they have a skiff?
that's my point. It's not. It's
Explain a
it's
skiff to
something.
people that don't know what we're talking
A
about.
skiff is a place for information above secret, and it's a special compartmented intelligence facility where we can go in there and talk about things that are above.
When there's no recording devices, just,
Right.
you don't
No
bring up
phones,
the
no
phone,
nothing.
no
Just
nothing.
right. But the thing is this. I mean, most of us that are in the intelligence community or whatever, we're going to look at it and say something's not quite right here, because this is something domestic happening over the U.S. So would it really require a skiff? You know,
Especially if it's authorized.
right?
Correct.
You know, so would it really require that level of security to go on and
Doesn't
have
make
these
sense to
guys
me.
talk? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. The federal presence, to me, dictates the fact that if this was innocuous and unclassified, like you're saying, why was there not a press conference that described it and said the hobbyists are out there flying too, and they're just kind of interfering with our lanes where we go and fly normally between one place to another? That never came up. So why was the skiff even mentioned? That's something that they did release in the press, is that they were receiving briefings that were in a classified environment.
And then
Why?
there's still
Why?
there's still the problem with these drones popping up all over the world, especially over military facilities. But that part's not been addressed. It's just the other stuff that they,
Right,
Hey,
that was Wright-Patterson Air Force Base had to get closed down, right?
Wright Patterson, Langley Air Force Base, there's others. And then there's reports of stuff in Australia. There's reports of things in other places in the world.
Let me ask you this and tell me if this makes sense. If you were the government and you knew that there were non-human intelligence that were operating vehicles above our cities, would a way to sort of obfuscate that, to launch a bunch of our drones as well, and have some shit that you could explain, and then tell people, don't worry about it, it was just drones,
Well,
it was
yeah.
our drones. Like, see, here's our drone. Here's a drone that crashed. Look, it's got propellers, normal drone. Yeah, it's big, but it's normal.
You have no idea how
Yeah,
many,
you're
how many
obfuscating.
people have said that already.
Yeah.
Yes. You're
Yeah, you've
going
heard
in the
that.
right direction.
Yeah, you've heard that one. You've heard the other theory. They're looking
Right.
They're looking for
That one scared the
HVT.
shit out of me.
Yeah, I did too. Honestly, I thought that's what it was about. But and then they have looking for HVTs, like anti-terror, or looking for terrorist groups,
Mhm.
because I think at that time it went through the press that there's over 1,000 of these, jihadists that were in our midst. We don't know where they're at.
Right.
Kind of thing. Maybe they're looking for those. Those are just some of the theories that you come up with this kind of a scenario.
And then there was the guy, the congressman that said, "Oh, there's an Iranian mothership out there," and we were like, "What?"
In the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
None of the stuff was making any sense. And then you have to wonder, where was he getting his intel? Because if it's that crappy,
Right.
those people need to be fired.
Well, you got to take another thing into the calculus, and that is, wasn't this worldwide? I mean,
Right.
didn't we got reports from China even
Right.
that this stuff was happening,
Right.
and they just have hobbyists flying stuff around in their country,
Maybe they don't.
right?
Maybe they have a much tighter control over their media, so they don't have to obfuscate. They don't have to.
Yeah.
trick
But see,
us.
that's the one
But-
part that I find very confusing. Is just like if it's happening in Europe and China and all these other places, what really is going on?
You could have just did a NOTAM and just said, hey,
Yeah.
we're going to be doing a test in this area. No, don't want to scare anybody, whatever. But we're just going to test in this area.
If it's just ours.
Yeah.
Right.
And-
But if it's not ours and there's a bunch of shit flying around there and we want to confuse people, wouldn't you have a bunch of conventional drones and fly them low
Yeah.
over cities so people could clearly
Could have
see
been
them?
done a totally different way and not had all this stuff up going on. So yeah, you're right.
Why would you, if you know the truth, why would you leave the Americans afraid of what's flying over their head?
I think there's still look, assuming you guys are completely accurate about all this, if they have had this information for a long time, I would assume that there's a lot of pressure to never release it. I think there's probably a lot of problems with lying to Congress about budgets and allocation of resources for these programs that are all top secret. Like, how have you done this? What have you done? Who's responsible? Who made that call? Is that even legal? And who are you that if you've been in contact with non-human intelligence and you have retrieved crafts, who are you to keep that from the rest of the world?
Exactly.
And speak for the American government for that if you're not
Yeah,
official.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Especially if
Yeah.
you're not officially, I mean, you don't have the clearance to do what you're doing.
Right.
Is-
I mean, they're making decisions for the entire human race,
Right.
not just America, but the whole race. And that's what my beef was when in the film when James Fox asked me about that. Well, why are you doing it? You know, kind of a thing. And I was like, well, I feel like this is the right of every man, woman, and child to face the earth to know the truth about we're not alone. That has nothing to do with the weapon systems and the classified parts that I know of. But the fact that we're not alone, shouldn't that be something that everybody should be invited to make their own decision on?
Yeah, I would imagine that. But I would
You know?
also imagine if you wanted to keep your job, if you have a high intelligence clearance and you're working for the government and you're a long time career employee of the government, you want to keep moving up the ladder and keep your fucking mouth shut.
Right, and that's where
And then-
people have to make that decision on their own. That have they seen enough malfeasance to want to report it or not?
And they're going to throw their whole life into a tizzy if they do that.
And that's what happened to me. Yeah.
Yeah. And what has it been like since then? Have you gotten support from more people than you thought you would, or if more people throwing you under the bus than you expected?
I actually feel more support than I expected. I've made it through. It's not been easy financially for me. When they messed with my clearance, like I haven't gotten the job since. I've been out of work since August of last year. So it's not been fun.
Was there a reason why they said they messed with your clearance?
No, it just made it sound like, oh, it's just an administrative error. Sorry. Yeah, we still have your clearance here. Everybody that wants to employ me, I've had quite a few employers want to hire me. And they say, yeah, we can see your clearance over here. It looks like DOD is trying to reactivate it. But month by month by month, it just sits there. And they won't pass it
Mm.
to the employer. Somebody's just sitting there going, oh, another request for Jason.
Mm.
Delete. That's what's happening.
Because you've stepped out of line.
That's what it feels like to me.
Okay. Logan, have you experienced the same kind of situation?
No. He's in a different class than me. He's an official whistleblower. Me, I just stepped forward to say that I don't think we need the government to do this. I think we as the public need to do this. And I created an app to do that. I was hoping that.
What's your app?
My app is called Phenom. It's an app to report UAP, paranormal, and cryptid-like events.
Mhm.
And the idea is that we can get multiple people to see the same thing, record it, and then look for the outliers and get people like Jacques Vallée and Dr. Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff and others, the Graybeards, to
Mhm.
look at it and say, okay, here's what we can figure out. Gary Nolan and all these people. Let's get them the information that they need. And then after we get them the information they need, let's get it out to academia so we can have kind of like a more organized approach to finding out what's going on. I wanted people to use my app on the drones. Some people did, but not enough. And I had a little bit of a problem because when I put it out on Android, there was only one other app that was close to it that was in the same name. Go back there's like almost 10 apps with the same name, so people didn't know what was
They're
going
getting
on.
confused. But anyway, to answer your question about the support, yes, I do get a lot of support. There's people like, Stephen Diener, there's Digby Furneaux and Tom Thompson, there's UFO Sarah, that's on X. There's a ton of people that I could mention, but not let alone how much the support James Fox has thrown at me. That's what's getting me through this.
How many different versions of these life forms have been discussed with you?
On mission, I can say 3 I know of. Well, 2 mainly, tall whites, grays. Those are the main.
And are the tall whites like this one that you encountered, the one with the big eyes?
Yes, like that.
But that wasn't that tall, you said.
Right, but apparently, have you seen the video from Mr. Hall, the guy that was supposed to be the weatherman and actually interfaced with the tall whites?
No.
Yeah, I totally believe.
I've seen too much.
But anyway, he says
It goes in and out of my brain.
well, I can verify the fact that what he said about his position there as a weatherman, that he could walk around anywhere he wanted to, because that's what the base commander told me when I got my orientation drive-through on Dreamland. He mentioned the weather site, and that person can walk wherever they want to.
And what did they report?
Well, just what, Mr. Hall? Yeah, he says that the tall whites go through a growth cycle where they're kind of normal height, but they're very long-lived. They live like 800 years or more. But when they start getting older, then they get very tall, like 7-8 foot tall, and then they begin to, their bodies begin to not function properly and they die. Kind of like somebody who has a growth problem.
Oh, like a giant.
Exactly. Yeah, and their vital organs just can't pump enough anymore.
Kind of large dogs that die early because of their heart problem.
Right. So the guy that I saw was probably a young person, probably only like 70 years old or something like that, which is kind of an adolescent to them or a young adult.
Oh, okay.
So,
get on screen and take it. Let me see if I can get the thing. These people on Twitter Spaces are so emphasized. It's like 50% of the content literally when on other platforms it's usually missing. No, I shouldn't say that. Discord people. It's really difficult to just share your stuff. Firstly, you have to get into the cloud. Then you have to request. They have to accept you. And there's a whole like vetting process. Then if they let you speak, you get interrupted. You gotta overcome that. And it's worth it. It's worth it just because for every 10 times you get shut down, that 11th time, then get you some influence, it can get you relation, it can get you followers. I've been focusing on getting, like I feel 25 accounts that didn't have any followers, and I've done my best to expand that to be like, I just want each one of them to have 100 followers. If they have that, then they become kind of pretty strong accounts. So I've been working on that. To get this thing, it's actually pretty fucking smart. Do you have a second to look at the X map? Okay, excellent. Go to Twitter, and then do you know how to get to Spaces? It's on an iOS device on the left side, like Spaces. Excellent. Now type the word in where it says search for a space, or then type the word chat, CHAT. And then just scroll down, and you should see like current ones that are going on, and then you should see another section of upcoming objectives. You just look at that. Do you see it? Oh, cool. So it's working. Okay, great. Now type the word um, Bitcoin. BITCOIN. Excellent. Type the word Elon. ELON. Exactly. Type XRP. XRP. So basically, this is a new strategy that I've never utilized before, but these don't expire for a month. And you can do 10 per account. So I basically just flooded upcoming events, like, I don't know, 100 different upcoming events, with like the main keywords of Twitter that will literally sit there for a month. I've never seen anybody utilize this type of technology. And I'm an outside the box thinker, and I think that, I mean, if anything, it's like, okay, read Rabbi Rothschild's profile. I guess. I mean, what else am I going to do? Why does this person have so many fucking events coming up? And I just think that that's an interesting way to market myself. Yeah, and it lasts for a whole month, which is the coolest thing because, like, if they only lasted for a day, not worth it to me. Just they take a long time to do. Not that long, but they take, but for 31 days or whatever, I'll fucking do that. For 30 days, I'll fucking do it because it's like a constant reminder of anyone who uses the platform of what I'm doing. Like, oh yeah, no way, absolutely not. So I think that that's kind of an interesting strategy that I need to utilize. And I'm trying to think if there are other ways for me to utilize this strategy that may work for me, but I mean, I have enough accounts right now that I think it's fine to just let it be. But I have enough events. I think it's like, I got all the major Bitcoin, BTC, Ethereum, ETH, XRP, Sol, Solana, Tesla, TSLA, NVIDIA, NVDA, chat, like any word that you put in, I'm going to shut it. And I've never seen anybody do this kind of shit. I don't think anybody's thought of it. And if they have, I've never seen it now. The one thing is, I don't look at these. Like, I just look at what's going on right now. But I'm at, on the main account, I'm at 150 followers. And my goal is by the time I wake up to have 175. I would love to say 200, but that's a little too much because I've already got like a lot of people who do the follows and follow events and shit. But I got that goal. Okay, so I'll have my cosmic study. You know, a lot of these people, I don't know what it is. I don't want to paint it too broad a brush, but a lot of people, they really like to do this. They like to get drunk and they like to go on Twitter spaces because it's so anonymous that you can just go over there and shit on people. And a lot of people, I think it's stoned to do it too, but they're usually, I would say, a little nicer. And it's just difficult. When I go in there, there'll be like, let's say, 100 people in who are listening, and 10 people who can speak. And I get in there, so there are 9 other people who can speak. Well, there are actually 10 people, usually like 2 or 3 hosts. And there are like 13 people who can speak. And I'm doing my spiel, and if I at any point waver, they will interrupt me. And they'll be like, well, I don't like this. This guy sucks. Or whatever. Or somebody will be like, you know, I don't want your agenda. It's like, I'm not here to fucking brainwash you into my cult. I am just talking about future technology. What's so wrong with that? And I can't let it get me down. She's quite right. But they can be so negative. They can be absolutely so negative. But for every negative person in there, I get a guy like last night. This guy left. Hey, and he, like I said, he donated to me. There he is. I called you, dog. I literally just called you. Okay, I'm calling your twin. Maybe I'll avoid calling you boyfriend because it's kind of offensive to gay people. So I'll just call you twin, which I guess would be offensive to twin, but I'll call you twin. Calling him right now, requesting. I'm calling him right now. He used. I don't know. Uh, no one thinks he did it. Calling tries to right now. Usually when I call him, usually when that's true. And good people would agree with me. Okay, so here's what happens with Riser. When I call him, I blow him up and spam him, and then he comes in like he's got me. I'm gonna send him a message. Do please hear. Dude, how was your day today? Good. All right. Come on, Riser. I'm gonna give Riser one more minute of the blowing up his shit. No, I did this yesterday, and he came in right away. So we'll see. It says that he was active. But overall, yeah. I disagree with that. I think that well, the reason why we have Australian people here, it's not like it's a alien. Um, all right, we have a lot of people. Okay. Three. All right, so you ready to play? Yeah, I mean, generally, not a but yeah, a big one. I gotta say, a huge amount of people that have been recycling, but it's a symbol in that sense. Random South Africans, Australians. All right, it's yeah, exactly. We get it's like that's exactly. I can understand. The most difficult English that accent, the most. Egypt. in the United States, it will give value to you. I just don't want you to think that all these are because of your accent. Well, I know Ted would see it, but I just didn't say that. There are other aspects of that. How it is, I mean, it's just found attractive. Are you ready? Doug, no one gives a shit. You care whether you're ready or not. So I'm going to ask you this question again. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Caspian, see, I'm sending you an invite as well. I'm going to look. Under both your absence, the absolute worst poll in which to start. All right, you. That could be good. Three fucking points, boys. 3 fucking points. Caspian's taking a point. Zoom is done. Caspian's stealing a point right here. Oh yeah, you got fucking major. You're absolutely right, Caspian. All right. One of the greatest shots in the history of this game is absolute perfection. Sure. No, you didn't. Oh, this shit good, son. You let me run away with this game.
That's the truth.
Oh. Caspian seems taking a huge risk, and it pays off. I don't understand what Zoom's trying to do there. Caspian has a chance. Beautiful shot. Zoom has a very difficult shot. Oh, that is right on the line. Like in my car? What's a character? daughter's doing that? I don't know if I've ever done it. Yeah, I've thought about it. I've thought about time. Thing is, you have to pay rent on it. You had a piece of land, I guess it would be better. You have to buy rent on the property. That's what I just said. You own the land. The investment. Right. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Yeah. Yeah. We bet. You know, as I think of it, I think I have been in one mobile home. I think I bought some meat from somebody in one. They're nice. I guess anything with the roof over your head is nice. But I have never lived in one. But I have thought about buying. I mean, it's about the only way that a young person can basically pay for a home in 2025. Or I'm talking probably 2015. But especially that's how I. Well, look who fucking decided to show up after I whooped both his motherfucker's ass. Asses. Look who fucking decided to show up. They they were asking about you recently. No, he means caravan. I didn't know what the fuck he was. I didn't know what the. No, okay, I guess maybe I'm saying mobile home incorrectly. I mean, like a house on, like, I guess not an RV, but like a, I guess if you want to. I don't know, but I guess I meant, yeah, I would say champion. Okay, are you ready, Riser?
I've been waiting on the invite for fucking 30 seconds now.
Dog, I called you, said that you were available like 20 minutes ago. Dog, dude, what are you doing, big dog? Dude, remember that? Hey, I want to say this right now. I propose a ban on all quitting mid-game. Yeah, yeah, it was last night. Yeah. Oh, you're not gonna ask how I am? Well, fuck you. Dude. Yeah, it is. Dude, rank my shot. That was very good. SBC took right after me. Riser, terrible shot. Why are you doing that, dog? Why would you do such a terrible shot? This is dangerous. Zoot, this is dangerous. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. I've never seen anybody take two shots on this hole and not be. What are you guys doing? Like I told you, you guys are twins. Oh, Zoot, that's a good shot. That's a very good shot. Oh, Zoot, stealing points from Riser. Zoot is stealing points from Riser. You know you're coming after me. Too hard. No, he's not. How'd you like that shot? Yes, you did. Had rotten wings, right? Didn't that lady make the shot? Dude, okay. What the fuck was that? That wasn't even close to a 7 out of 10. You're on like your third shot. Oh, riser. Riser. Oh, riser tight. Oh, fuck. Oh, there you go. Oh, shit. Terrible shot. Oh, baby girl. Baby girl. That just locked up the championship for babies. Oh, maybe not. Riser might get it. Riser might get it. Yes, he did. Fuck you. You used to not, but yes, you. You just went at him. Dude, cut Zeke some slack. He doesn't have borders. I think it's got some skill to it, at least to get out of it. Well, I don't think there's like a way to do it every time. I got it recently. You might do it. Thanks, thanks, you. Yes, it's fine. Oh, no, you're right. You're right. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, dude. I didn't get any of the balls. But like I said, let's not do that. Let's not make a cool play. Well, especially at night. Yeah, but you used to not. You used to be able to go to Canada and Mexico without a account. That changed after. That changed in like 2000. That changed in like 2008. I think it was January 1st. I've been to about 10 miles away from this street. Oh, SBC. Yeah. Yeah. Champion. Undefeated. Dude, you're so fucking inquisitive, especially tonight. What's your question? Way to do so by asking Rice about his travels to Seattle.
It's on the outside.
Country. You know, the same stuff. No, that would be like Mexico to Canada or New York to Los Angeles. They're on the same side of the continent, opposite side of the country. Champion, gentleman champion. All I know is that I'm undefeated and I'm ready to lose. No, hesitancy. I'm ready to lose. I'm ready you lose. That's all I know. Have you won ones? Boston, York, like the type, or I'll give maybe. There's in the south. There's like a Savannah. And there's a Providence. Well, a little bit. I mean, it's not extremely discernible, but I can somewhat sometimes tell if someone's running. And I remember that. No. Well, that Riser, how could you brought it up? That was, I think we all know it's oh fuck. I can tell you about that, and I think I can also do the capitals. Slow, perfect. That's what you have perfect shot. So it looks like I'm gonna lose this one. Yeah, you go. Caspian Sea. Oh, Caspian Sea in a really good spot. You're welcome, God. You're welcome, big God. What the fuck is this bullshit? Dog, when you want to go, I'm trying to let somebody else win for a change. All these trophies. I'm gonna win a better picture. Caspian Sea has a huge lead. Guys, Dude, this is such garbage. This is such garbage. Roger, don't you dare. Go down the hill. You can bump me. Oh, we didn't score at all? Oh, this is such bullshit. Yeah. Wait, this is a vocal? What? You actually, you can fuck up Caspi by getting in between the yellow ball and that's the shot. Zoot's got it. Zoot's got a perfect shot. Zoot. Not what you wanted to do. But it's going to the wall. Off the wall. Off the wall. What the fuck is this? Go in the water. Yeah, take Caspian back. Take Caspian back. There you go. Oh shit. No, you fucked him. You fucked yourself. Okay, so now I have to bounce it off the field. There we go. There we go. Oh shit. That means that well, I, yeah, because I'm gonna make this, which means that Caspian C and I tie. Oh, it's only 4th floor. I thought it was last floor. Oh no, super. All right. I'm gonna see Zoom. I'm in green. Great check. Hey, hey, Riser, remember when you were always like, hey, you never help us on this whole. What are you doing, Sue? No, I took out 2 trees on my last shot and 2 trees on my first shot. Oh shit. Alright. Because I didn't have testing to see the before. If you knock out the tree, the testing is gonna make it. There you go. Water. Don't knock out the tree. Don't knock out the tree. Don't knock out the tree. Just be short of the tree, dog. Stop. Be short of the tree. Dog, what are you doing, dude? Dude, we're never giving you the nuclear codes. Nobody likes you. Guys, why the fuck did you do that? Dog, you fucked it up. No. As you can see, it's his win. Even though we were actively sabotaging him. And Zook somehow, even though we were helping him, fucks it up. I know which way Riser, I know which way Caskets is going. Dude, we gave you the win like 1,000 times. We both had very good shots. Wow, Caskets didn't go his normal route. It's a calm down. You are fucking kidding. good shot. Completely reasonable. Whoa. Well, I might be able to pull out a miraculous shot. Ready for this newfie? Newfie! Wow, you guys destroyed me. 3-2-2. Dude, whatever Riser does, watch what he does. He's got a good strategy. Oh, you watch. He came up with a good strategy. It is, but I don't know what's the percentage, Riser. It's actually really good. I don't think I've ever seen it. Look at this shot. Dog. Dude, you're getting hot. I'm done with it. Is he in your way? That's a really difficult shot. Oh, Cass can see that was an excellent shot. You could water bump me. What a fucking shot. That's a very difficult shot. I think it was off. He did, he still made it. He hit your ball and he still made it. Zoot again with a huge lead. What did you say? What did you say? Newfie, Newfie, Newfie. Shout out to Newfoundland. That's okay. That's it. He just closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Riser, the windless riser, riser swinger. No way. Turkey. Caspian Sea. The man who is in second place has been diminished. No, he's not. I am. I am, dog. Dude, dude, fuck it up. Fuck it up. He fucked it up. He fucked it up. Oh, that was looking like a fuck up. Look at you, big dog. Black shit. Oh, wow. Look at this shot. This looks perfect. This looks fucking perfect. Oh, fuck. Bullshit. Of course you do. Or, oh no. You fucked up. Oh, you fucking at the last second you did. This is how it's done, gentlemen. I know that's what I do. Oh, come on. Get away from there. Get away. Not this many times. Oh, there it is. Oh, huge shot. Huge shot. That's not what you want to do. That's a major mistake. Don't. Okay. Why would you do that? You guys are just dumb. Oh, I think it's going in a fucking hole. This shit, I'm a guy to count it. I'll take second right now. Oh, bitch. There we go. Yes, you did. Dude, with the big goose egg. Is this the last hole? What a great shot. I'm gonna collect this off this fucking woman. Just like this. Is it the last person who dies in Spooky? Fuck that. Fuck that collusion. People tag teaming me. Everybody saw it. It was unfair. Bullshit.
And this was explained to him through some sort of telepathy.
Well, he would actually, as the weather, if you listen to that video, I really encourage you to do that. But Mr. Hall also published some books on it, but he claims that when he was there at this one place that, I can verify it's there, that on the other side of that mountain or that hillside,
Bullshit.
that's where the trail goes off into where the tall whites are apparently have been given an annex of land to live, where they don't get bothered. I mean, it's a part of the military complex.
Is that on Google Earth?
There is parts of it.
Can we look where the tall whites live?
I tried to, I'd have to get my laptop out, but yeah.
What does it look like?
It does look like there's some circular patterns. It does look like there's some possibility that there are some doors inside the mountain that looks like it's camouflaged to look like it's part of the mountainside.
So the idea is that that's a base for them when they visit us?
Yeah, because apparently, according to Mr. Hall, they come here for a 5-year stint, I guess, and they have to refuel, and then they have another ship come through, and then the other one's refueled, and it takes off.
So they're closer in the evolutionary chain to us than some of the other ones.
That's my
safe
assumption. Yeah. Now the other third type that got mentioned on mission was reptilians, but every time that they were mentioned, it was really quickly hushed up by whoever else was on the other end of the line. Shut up! Don't say that. Is what they were doing.
They don't want to talk about them.
They don't want to talk about the reptilian presence at all. They would talk about the tall whites and the grays being in the lab with garments. Not a lot, but some. But these reptilians, it was like nobody wanted to talk about it.
Was there any sort of an explanation that anybody give you of why they don't want to talk about it?
No. The only time I got any inkling was that when I, was out of the program and other people started to talk to me about all the different, things. They're like, well, how many races are there? But some people talked about the reptilians. They're like, do you realize that these are evil? And I had to listen to that.
And the thing is, we don't know if it's because of their appearance. You know, you would assume something that's reptilian is maybe a demon or whatever, and the Nordic with the blonde hair, blue eyed is considered like an angel, or is it that's just our perception? But that's what you hear.
Well, every reptile here is evil. Right? You ever seen a Komodo dragon eat a goat? It's horrific. They're fucking monsters. Every single reptile is a monster.
Yeah.
That's here. There's not one cuddly reptile you can hang out with, cuddles with you. It brings you your newspaper in the morning. No.
I thought that was funny because the lady was
Right.
like, my snake sleeps with me every night. And the guy says, no, it's laying next to you because it's sizing you up for eventually that's when it's going to eat you. I was like,
one day it's going to eat you. You have a monster that you feed. As long as you keep feeding, it won't eat you. Yeah. People with like pythons for pests.
Well, to give it some credibility, I did do some research after that person talked to me, because I did see that there is a reptilian race that is very malign like that. And they even have, according to what I read, this one race has a penchant for blood for some reason. It's like a shark frenzy with them. They have,
like a real
It's a
reptile.
euphoric experience for them. Yeah, a reptilian race that does that.
It just makes you wonder about human history.
Welcome, welcome. What's up, H2? Taking that second. I'm in the middle of a crypto space. How are you? What's good? A crypto space on Twitter Spaces. You don't know what Twitter Spaces is? Oh, it's basically. You know what? It's basically like audio Discord on Twitter, but it's huge. It's like this. It's like the heart of cryptocurrency discussions on the internet. How are you? Excellent. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. That's what the sleep mask is. That's what all my betting is. Very cool. What's it called? Right. There you go. It's kind of outdated, isn't it? COVID coin? Okay. I wish I could be more um, engaged, but I gotta listen to these guys. They're about to call me up to be able to talk. Once I show my project, though, I can talk to you. So maybe like 2 or 3 minutes. Just you want to be patient. Excellent. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's good. God, shut the fuck up and let me talk. God, these fucking. What the fuck? Why do you take so fucking long to just spit it out, dog? We all like doing spaces, dog. That's why we're fucking here. Dog, this is the worst. Dog, what is up with these people? Why do they talk for so long? So these motherfuckers talk so long. I want to give them unlimited water, and they're just like, I want to talk about thanking everybody and my wife. Uh, Shout out your wife. Let me fucking talk. The princess isn't here, and she doesn't give a shit about you. Rabbi's here. I agree, dog. Actually, this guy's making some good points. Yo, Rothschild fan. Now you're starting to speak my language. Doug, pharmacist is back? Not fair. Doug, great. I'm glad you reply. I'm glad you're a reply guy. How about being a reply guy and letting Rabbi speak? These fuckers talk for so long. Oh, shut the fuck up and just whatever, dog. Are you telling us about future technology? No, you're talking about some bitch who isn't even here named Princess. Does your wife know about Princess? Fuck them. You're hungry? Hey, guess what? I got 6 fucking ways to revolutionize agriculture. You believe this bullshit? Wrong password. God, shut the fuck up. This isn't even fun. These assholes talk for so fucking long. You're the one who got your fucking account banned, not me. Let me fucking talk. What's this picture sweet? Yeah, we're careful, dog. Thanks for the fucking heads up, dude. Yeah, we know that only your wife is fucking following you. You already said that. Princess isn't even following you, stupid schmuck. You're welcome, dog. Dog, no one gives a shit about this motherfucker. Let me talk. You don't have shit to contribute. Dog, you don't need to bring up shit. I'm telling you right now, motherfucker, if you knock me down, we're going to fist. Dog. Dog, these motherfuckers talk for so fucking long. No one gives a fuck, dog. No one gives a fuck. Dog, shut the fuck up. Do you hear yourself and how much you fucking talk? Tier 1 marketer my ass. Dude. Dude, these fucking dog. Dog, we got shit to do. Come on, you fucks. Call on me. Dog, everybody knows community is everything. Hurry the fuck up, dog. Dog, shut the fuck up. Dog, just read that shit. What in the fuck are these people's problems? Dog, we know how Twitter works, dog, okay? Come on, sluts. You are the worst people at fucking running the Twitter space in the history of mankind. We know the host is busy. Call on some people, you fucks. Yo, no one gives a shit about your notifications. You fucks. Oh, fuck. 10 seconds with these motherfuckers. It's like 18 fucking hours. You guys are the worst. You guys are the worst. You're never gonna get fucking desalination plants. You're never gonna get vertical farming. You're never gonna get hydroponics. Your fucking greenhouses are up the fucking ass, and you can't even fucking put food in them. The worst. These motherfuckers are the worst. The worst. These motherfuckers are the worst. Oh, other people were before me? Fuck you. Doug, you guys talk for far too fucking long. Dog, shut the fuck up. This is just the worst. These motherfuckers talk for so fucking long. We know that your fucking wife followed you, and she's your only follower, and she's gonna continue to be your only follower if you don't let me fucking talk. Like, these fuckers are so terrible at running Twitter spaces. The worst. The absolute fucking worst. Dog, shut the fuck up. These assholes are so bad at fucking running Twitter spaces. Worst. They're the worst. In the history of mankind, there've never been worse fucking people to run Twitter spaces than these fuckers. The worst. The worst. Dog, shut the fuck up. These people are the worst at running Twitter spaces. The worst. I've never known anybody who is worse in a Twitter space than these motherfuckers right here, folks. Dog, shut the fuck up. Dog, I'm done with you. Been at this for too long. This is like a lane with that fucking Subway sub sandwich thing. Denim. Motherfucker. You guys are the worst. I want you all to know, you guys get an award for the worst, the absolute worst Twitter space hosts of all time. The worst. These mother, I could give it to a whole fucking continent at this point. You know what gives a shit. Dog, shut the fuck up. We have 10 fucking minutes. Go. Dog, I'm your boss. Listen to me. Shut the fuck up. These are the worst. They're the nicest people, but the absolute worst Twitter space hosts of all time. Dude, no one gives a shit about you finding a girlfriend. They care about me being able to talk on this bitch. Dog, no one gives a shit about a play-by-play on how many followers you have. No one cares about your notifications. Dog, you guys are the worst. Dog, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Dude, these are the worst Twitter space hosts of all time. They're terrible. Just awful. Worst. Worst. Go. You are the worst Twitter space hosts of all time. If these motherfuckers cut me off, I am throwing fists. This is the worst. you, there's the reason why I don't ever go into spaces. Because this is what it turns into. Oh, I want to get this person and I want to fucking talk to you about my account status. And I got this notification. Oh, I got another notification. Dog, no one gives a flying fuck. This is the worst. Just go. Fuck. Aztec, shut the fuck up. Worst person ever. Dog, you are the worst fucking Twitter space host of all time. No one knows what you're fucking saying right now. You're the worst. You are the absolute worst. You are the absolute worst. Here you go, baby. Thank you so much. I stream out like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I have more data archived on the internet already. God, I'm so pissed off. Doug, it's really rude of you to keep people waiting for so long for this. Bye. You guys are the worst. The worst, folks. These motherfuckers are the worst. Ban me from that fucking space forever. I never want to talk to those motherfuckers again. Never. In 100 years, I don't ever want to talk to anybody else. They're the worst. I really have a fucking time just to be able to get 2 fucking words. Worst we ever. Don't be those people. What is up with these fucking people and how they fucking talk? You guys are terrible. Terrible. 10,000 times better than you. Okay, we get it. She knows how to say good morning. Dog. Shut the fuck up. You have 15 people in this fucking thing. You can't let me talk. Just finish. Just finish. Dog, you people suck too. Looks like people in this fucking pot that don't know how to fucking write those right here. people talk too fucking much. I'm sorry to say it, but shut the fuck up. Just the worst. They are the fucking worst. Just the worst. Just the worst. Dude, why do these people talk so much? The worst. I'm great. These motherfuckers need to hold the fuck up. 25 minutes? God, these people are so bad at hosting Twitter spaces. It's about content. Hurry the fuck up. That's what it's about. Oh, I'm going to talk to you about my content. Okay, you've got 2 minutes. Go. What is this bullshit? Oh, you have a fucking copyright strike. Sundar Pichai likes to fucking vibrate to the oldies. What? Dude, I'm clicking on the notification thing. Oh, wow. Oh, man. I have a seed trade. Bitch, I don't know what you're talking about. I have a quick question. What's your seed phrase? I have a quick question. How about you stop asking dumb questions? Why don't you stop asking dumb questions? These people are the worst. They're the absolute fucking worst. I'm telling you, the worst people at hosting Twitter spaces do it. Everybody else who's cool doesn't have time for this bullshit. All right, well let's have somebody else come up and talk. We have 10 minutes left. Go, Rabbi. I shit my life 24 hours. Okay, that's enough for you. What? Shut the fuck up, man. You let this motherfucker talk about his wife and princess for hours, and you won't even let me get a fucking word in. It's just the worst. Hey guys, we are the worst motherfuckers at hosting a Twitter space of all time. The entire continent sucks at it. The British are fucking rude. That continent's fucking slow as fuck. New Zealand and Australia, they're rude as well. The nicest people are, I don't know, everybody kind of sucks. Come on, you shitbag. If these motherfuckers haven't let me back up, I'm done. Come on, you little bitch. Just the worst. The worst. Hey guys, we're just the worst.